Hello? Good morning. Afternoon, or Friday! Friday! All right. What's up? How you doing? What is a Friday? It's a thing that exists. How's everybody doing today? So we got more Kerbal today. I think we'll rendezvous the capsule with a target vehicle and dock to it today. Pretty sure that's what I want to do. So let's get to it. Load up the game and we'll go from there. Is there a flame trench today? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Live stream schedule. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, there's gonna be flame trench. So we got flame trench, and then we got racing. Racing. It's gonna be fun. Gonna be a good time. How's everybody doing? Is your racing rig ready? We fixed it yesterday. Should be good to go. All right. Did you manage to get your racing setup fixed? Yeah, it's good to go. I fixed, well, I didn't really fix the brackets. I kind of reinforced them with a threaded rod and a jam nut, and the thing does not move now. Yeah. It's, yeah, we figured out a way to send it with the impact wrench. We sent it. We added, we just dug it back into place. It's fine. It's half inch. It's 1/2 13 threaded rod. Today I figured out Starship by Mask to orbit can throw an empty SLS core stage to orbit. In thrust we trust, man. That's I've often said, Trey, that so Starship being able to move 100 tons is well beyond anything you could fit inside of Starship payload bay volume. That is by design. That is absolutely by design. That means whatever you want to put in there, whatever, you could put whatever you want in there. You could put 100 tons of lead in there and it'd be fine. Like, it would fit. I did the math out once. Actually, lead is close. You could fill up 100 tons of lead is like maybe half of Starship's payload volume. They're setting it up on purpose to be like this. So they're setting it up like that so you could put whatever you want in there. It doesn't matter as long as the center of gravity is lined up with the center line of thrust. It doesn't matter. You could put whatever you want. Well, Yarg's mom exceeds that mass to volume ratio. Yep. Did you use blue Loctite? Yes. Have you seen Assetto Corsa Rally? It's really good. I haven't, but that looks cool. Oh, that's pretty neat. What rally cars do they have in it? Type 37. Stratos, nice. GTA 1300, very nice. Delta HF, my favorite. That's probably my favorite European car. A Bath 131, nice. Mini Cooper 64 Cooper S, nice. A Peugeot 208, which I don't care about. Hyundai Icon Rally 2, yeah, I don't care about that car. Citroen XR WRC, that's kind of cool. But it ain't no Delta HF. What are those buildings to the right? So these are buildings that I put down with Kerbal constructs. It's to give myself a launch and a landing site. Long story short. This is a landing area. It's just space to land things on flat ground. So there was a time, I'm doing career mode right now. So if I land something out in the ocean, whatever. There was a time where I played the game, and I'm trying to get back into KSP so we can get back to doing this, because I've kind of over time lost my dexterity. I went on a 1.5-year hiatus from playing Kerbal. There was a time where I built entire launch complexes for my vehicles. So, we have the Octo 3 vehicle right now. I wouldn't just build Octo 3. I would build the entire integration structure. Cranes, transporter erectors, the whole thing. We'd build the whole damn thing. We'd engineer out the entire pad. I'd have a tank farm that you would have to refill with fueling trucks. And I did that to A, challenge myself, and B, build out the logistics. Build out the logistics for, a space program. It's not, because, hang on, it's getting a little cold in here. Because it's not just about building the rocket. The rocket is one subset of the entire systems engineering construct. I did it to teach myself systems engineering, a hands-on approach to rocket systems engineering. You got to design every little freaking vehicle, everything down to the truck that moves the thing to the pad. And that building out 3 or 4 different architectures, actually, how many did we do? We did Imahara, and then we did Freedom 7, and then we did Freedom 10, and then we did the small SSTO, and then we did the big SSTO. So Imahara, Freedom 7, Freedom 10, K33, and then Venture Star. I built out 5 entire operational architectures for this, and I was doing it in a career mode save. So the thing is that sometimes the launch pads were a lot of parts, right? Sometimes the launch pads were a lot of parts. So I purposely built flat ground that was out of range of the runway and the original launch pad. What I really would like to do is actually probably make a crawlerway path, like eventually over here. There's a nice piece of flat ground that you could put a hexagonal tile on and build another launch complex over here that's out of render range of the runway. So you don't get any lag when you go into land. Bring back Fred. So these were kind of me checking into figuring out what I needed to do to build flat area, to build out a flat plateau, for like building launch complexes. So like I could have one over here and one over here, or a launch and a landing complex. And because, you know, sometimes if you boost back your booster and it comes back down to land, you don't want to land it near the pad, right? Because the game will lag something fierce when you get in range of your pad, because it's rendering all those parts. So I built out this stuff over here, and I did it in another save, I'll admit. I did it in another save, but yeah, Kerbal Constructs keeps the parts no matter what. Like it keeps the constructs throughout, no matter if you start a new save or not. It's just part of the map. So I just have some flat area over here that if and when we bring Octo 3 back, I'll land Octo 3 over here, just so, you know, we don't have to worry about landing and damaging our pad. That is that's a mod, Nick, called Kerbal Constructs. Yeah, Kerbal Constructs is cool. I used it to build runways around the map, and I forgot, dude, I forgot that I did it. I have a paved runway at the desert airfield, and then I have a paved runway at one of my ground tracking stations that we went to place yesterday. I found it by accident. I totally forgot it was there. Postal, 60-month resub. Thanks, man. You got your worm logo. Nice. Playing short story time, I screwed up. I used red Loctite on a pump, and that was not fun getting the bolts back out. Had to heat them up and stand there with your fingers crossed. Yeah. Red Loctite is for if you want something to not move ever. Chip, I'm doing good. Yeah, doing just fine. Yeah, the other thing about that is, like, if I had a capsule come back down and we landed a capsule like out in the water, I'd go and get it. Go get a helicopter and go and get it and bring it back. What I would do with that, so what I would do on a mission, we'd launch a mission up, I would have 2 science containers. I'd have a science container for getting science, and then I would have a science container for getting data. And we'd go, you'd get the capsule, you'd bring it back, and then I had a mobile processing lab up on orbit, right? So we would,
Discovery.
I would have a crew access arm on my launch pad, right? And we would actually have the Kerbals go up into the crew access tower, and they would transfer the data. I would collect all the science, right, to get science to unlock more stuff. But they would take the data, I would always double get every science, and then we'd take the data and put it up in the mobile processing lab. We'd launch it up on orbit. So I would take a plane, right? We'd fly it, you know, say we need to recover something over at the Cove. I'd go over there and I'd get it. And then I'd get some data from the Cove, bring it back, and then launch it up to my space station. My name Jeff, 95-month resub, getting close to 100. Thank you. True Zens with the 20-month resub in there too. Thank you. You definitely look like you were sitting way more comfortably last night. Glad the repair worked out. Yeah, it was good, man. It was good. Should be good for racing. I'm actually excited to race because it's so much more comfortable. I don't have to worry about, like, moving the seat back into place. Let me know if you need any assistance with the Kerbal Construct stuff. I'd say, Halengar, as we build this save out, I really want to write in rules for mission mode for building this stuff, for building pads. I want to, you know, we'll figure cost into building infrastructure, right? And what I would like to do is build out recovery sites, not necessarily other space centers, but other airports around Kerbin, so we could basically fly anywhere. And then use that in a mission mode save as a prototype for, use that as a prototype for building out bases on the moon. I think that would be cool, but that's for another save. Yeah, public, yeah. It was a good time. Does processing have to happen on orbit? It's better if it does, Panderific. Yeah, it's better if it does. So, Halengar, I'll probably hit you up on that sometime soon. Hey, Kerbals Rock, what's going on? But today, what I thought would be a good idea is to well, what I wanted to do at the end of last stream was test out the Block 2 version of Octo. The Octo 3, I extended it. We overclocked the engines just a smidge. And I upgraded the second stage. Much nicer. We have a poodle in the second stage. And the inner stage is hollow. It's actually hollow. So, like, when we separate, the thing won't, like, clip out the side of the fairing during staging. And then I have separator ullage motors, just for the realism. And I equipped the vehicle with RCS for boost back. Because I extended my first stage. I added another X232 tank in there. The problem is that it's too big. We can't use this vehicle just yet. It's 50 centimeters too long. I can't modify the fairing, and I suppose we could probably make the inner stage a little bit shorter for now. Yeah, the second stage, the one Poodle engine over the 4 Rhinos, or 4 Terriers that were in there. So 4 Terriers is 2 tons. It makes 240 kilonewtons of thrust at 345 specific impulse, a cluster of 4. The Poodle, so check this out. Cluster of 4, 60 times 4 is 240, 345 seconds specific impulse, and 500 kilos times 4 is 2 tons, right? The Poodle is 1.75 tons, right? So we're saving 250 kilos. It makes 10 kilonewtons more thrust, and it makes 5 seconds more specific impulse. That actually adds delta V. We have the trade-off here. It's basically an overall upgrade. We have a lighter engine. We have more thrust, a little bit more kick for the stage, and we have 5 seconds more specific impulse. It's basically an overall upgrade. There's no downside to it, which is good. But once again, the vehicle's just a smidge too big. You know what? Let me check. Let me see if I can shorten the inner stage. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. Oh, we're 10 centimeters too big. If we squish this, that should get us what we want. We have to modify our inner stage, though. I get that a lot. I didn't want to modify the payload fairing so we can still send out hoppers with the return science packages. Those missions have been very fruitful. But I also would really like to get the full benefit of getting the upper stage back. Suck it in! Alright, so I gotta set this to local, and I gotta move the engine plate right there. We could squish this for now until we upgrade the VAB. The reason why we need to move the engine plate is because the reason why I need to move the plate is because I couldn't remember any other way to get to make hollow fairings in this game. You can make fairings work like a fuselage almost, or in this case, an inner stage, if you know what you're doing. And here's a trick, right? So close the fairing on the engine plate, and then take the engine plate and move it back into position, right there. I have it here so it doesn't Z-fight. Right? And now this thing will be glidable. It'll be glidable, and you'll be able, like, if I had a Kerbal, like, go up in here and walk around in it, they'll be able to walk around in it like an inner stage or like a fuselage. It's great for making airplane fuselages in KSP. And also, if I have a Kerbal Like, say this is a cargo bay or something. If I went and I docked something inside of it, it would be occluded by aerodynamics. Kerbal would understand that it's a fuselage, which is actually super cool. So let's just move this back into position, and there we go. EJ likes to dock. It's time to dock. Life Invader. Have you been to Starbase? 2 times, dude. Yeah, I was there for Flight 7 and Flight 8. I spent a week down there in January of this year, and then 2 weeks in February. I've been to Starbase. I've seen the stuff up close, man. Dude, look. I try to be very, very unbiased. It's really difficult. I try to be unbiased in my analysis on the space program. After seeing Starbase up close, it is very, 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 very difficult to not like just want to glaze Starship the whole day, like all the time. Girls Rock, you just got back from a factory tour. It was so cool. Dude, that place is magical. It's spaceflight heaven. Like, it's amazing. You're a certified glazer now. Dude, it is like that. Like, you see Starbase up close, and it's just like, oh boy. I guess you give the rocket Ozempic. No, diet and exercise. How does the science lab work? What do you need to do to get the best results? So Archie, the science lab is best utilized up in space. You need a scientist there to run it. 2 scientists, preferably. You put scientists inside of the lab, and then you have to give them data. So whenever you collect science in this game, right, it'll give you data, but it'll also give you science points, right? You've seen me collecting the science points, right? But what you can do is take the data, right? And you can load it into the science lab, and they'll take the experiments. It's a laboratory. They'll take the data, the experiments, even experiments that you get 0 science from, right? Like, say I go to the VAB and do a temperature test. That's going to give you a little bit of data, right? Or a Science Junior or something. Like, we take the lizard out again and do all this stuff with it. You can take the experiments, right? And you can load them into a processing lab. And then if you launch the processing lab and have 2 scientists up there working on it, preferably it should be on orbit or not on Kerbin. Like, it'll work on Kerbin. You can do that. That's fine. They'll generate passive science for you. Yeah, it'll just generate a bunch of passive science. Don't forget that the vehicle just still has some issues that need ironing out. Don't get distracted by shiny things. What? I wasn't. Don't worry about it. Not going to lie, it looks like a missile. A bunker buster? What? It's like a rocket to me. No, I plan on having this thing come back down and land, not come back down and explode. That's the difference between a rocket and a missile. So, what I wanted to do, I mean, not in a joking mode, I get it, but what I wanted to do is I kind of built a quick target vehicle because I was trying to hurry up a flight test, but we ended up making this thing too long. So what I wanted to do is build out a target vehicle for the capsule, and that involves getting the capsule like kind of good to go. That is a mighty fine looking upgoer. Well, thank you. Generally speaking, the further away from Kerbin, the more science they will generate. Yeah, Peace Boy, that's a good point. What's the end goal for this career mode? It's just play the game, dude. It would be cool to just get science from all over the place, but I'm honestly using this career mode as a way to just get back into Kerbal, hone the building skills, get back into the routine of flying missions, and then in preparation for a mission mode save. Because I wanted to go back to playing mission mode, but I read the mission mode rule set like a couple of months ago before I started this career mode save, and I was like, that is going to very much, I will very much fail. Like, I am just, dude, look at how many mistakes I made in this career mode save, like in the early part, kind of getting, you know, just rehoning, right? I made so many mistakes, I would have failed. Mission mode has a failure threshold. You can fail. And if you fail, you delete the save. My mission mode has a permadeath clause. If you go too far in debt, so like, say you launch like 7 Kerbals, right? And you only have a certain amount of money in the bank. Per my self-imposed rule set, if you kill like 7 Kerbals, that's it. You lose. Go tend the snack bar. You delete the save. That's it. If that's how the story ends, that's how the story ends. Mission mode is hardcore. It's very difficult. They're a very difficult rule set to play by. And I would have failed. Like, it's not even a judgment call. We absolutely would have failed a mission mode save. To the point where it wouldn't have even been good content. I would have failed like after the first or second mission. You know, like in the beginning of a mission mode save, killing Jeb, delete the save. That's it. You lose. And I have my mission mode rule set up that there's a modifier to the amount of money that you lose because you have to pay out the life insurance for killing a Kerbal. It's on a per star basis. So if you kill a 5-star Kerbal, that's it. You lose. That's game over. You're like, maybe you could get away with 1, but if you do it twice, that's it. That's it. You're toast. Like, I killed a Kerbal. I killed Jeb in my previous mission mode save. In previous MM2 rules mission mode save, and it almost killed my program. Just one Kerbal. Jeb only had 2 stars. I had to rethink my entire architecture. Which is... yeah. It sucked. I killed Jeb because I didn't do the testing good enough. And that's what I mean. That goes back to what mission mode is ultimately designed to do. Mission mode is designed to get you hands-on experience with this. Well, hands-on experience with this. Systems engineering. Systems engineering is the backbone to any good space program. It doesn't matter if it's SpaceX, it doesn't matter if it's NASA. Well, NASA, it's funny because this book is written by NASA and they don't seem to really understand their own book. Systems engineering is basically the premise for like how you run your entire program, how you manage costs, how you manage development, etc., etc. Contracting, that's all super important to running a space program. And I wanted to teach myself it, but you know, you can go read the NASA manual, which I assure you is probably about as fun as reading the dictionary. And I quickly figured that out when I read that thing for the first time. I'm like, oh gosh, I feel like I'm in a meeting and my boss is giving a PowerPoint presentation just from reading this stupid book. So I wanted to apply the concepts, and I thought that I wanted to apply the concepts to Kerbal, and I thought that would be a really good idea. That's how I came up with the Mission Mode 2 rules originally. Because I didn't really know too much about systems engineering. Like, I understood why SpaceX was doing what they're doing with Falcon 9, and I understood why they made landing legs and why they made grid fins to get that thing to land. But, you know, back in the day, so like this is about 10 years ago, you know, it's like reuse, but there was always a question like, why are you making this thing reusable? You don't have any market demand. No one, and keep in mind, 10 years ago, this is easy to say now, there was no demand for Falcon 9 to fly like every 2 days. There's not enough payloads to launch to do something like that. So I really wanted to understand why SpaceX would really go all in on reuse. Not just because it makes sense, because I think it's cool, because, you know, 5-year-old me wants to see a spaceship go up and come back down like you see in Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff, right? Like, I wanted to learn, like, really why space programs, like, how do space programs come up with the goals that they do? And that would make me a better teacher for you guys. So yeah, mission mode, it wasn't just about teaching you guys systems engineering, it's about teaching myself systems engineering at the same time. Try the Navist. What? They use manatees in a tank. I think that's what NASA does nowadays, Hellfish. Reference acknowledged, by the way. How do you spend the life insurance? Well, you go in here, you go into the cheats menu, and you minus the funds that way. We were using the debug menu to take away science, or take away rep science. Dude, killing a Kerbal screws your rep. It's so bad. I had a severe penalty. Like, hold on. I'll show you, Raiden. This rule set is like cruel. But I put myself into the crucible to learn. And it made me better, a better STEM communicator, big time. Check out this rule set, dude. It's absolutely crazy. Mandatory fun time, by the way. So, no reverts and quick loads. If a game error happens, mission needs to be restarted. Otherwise, no reverts or quick loads allowed. Eligibility for reload is subject to chat vote. So, if chat, like, if we all determine that it's a glitch that we've never encountered before, or we did something weird with the game, we can reload. But it's only after a vote. If people feel like being cruel and don't vote for it, good. Kerbal dies, or good, you lost it. 0 recovery. No recovery. The only time you can recover is where you're within 2,500 meters of the VAB. That's it. Otherwise, you cannot hit the recover button. You want to go get that piece of spaceflight infrastructure back? Go get it. You have to build ways to go get it. Or you could just leave it, or you could crash it, or you could expend it, you could just leave it out there, do whatever. Like, but if you want to recover science, you want to recover data, you want to recover Kerbals, and they splash down out in the middle of the ocean, good, I hope you made a seaplane, or I hope you made a boat in a dock. Right? I even had a rule on buying craft files from other saves. All craft files are made in-house. Crafts can be purchased from other EJ saves, pending relevancy to current mission. Craft cost is doubled, then rounded up to the nearest 100,000. So if something costs 150 Gs, you double it to 300. And round up, well, I mean, 300 would be right off on the bat. So, like, you pay a licensing fee if we want to cross the saves. And you have to prove out the system. Like, just because my shuttle works in another save doesn't mean it's going to work in this save. So you have to go through a full testing regime to requalify and validate it. GSE must be made for all craft when applicable. You have to build a launch pad. Ground servicing equipment has to be a thing. You have to put the vehicle together outside of the VAB. That is preferable for reuse. So if you reuse, like, guys, when I was reusing, you know, like, there's reusing stuff in Kerbal. Like, I've recovered a bunch of stages in this career mode save. I've done that before, but I just go and recover the stage when it's out in the water. And we reuse it. It's just added right back into our funds, right? In mission mode, I had rocket stages that I would bring back. I actually had a flyback stage for a rocket that's very similar to the Octo 3, and it would land on the runway, and I would get I built an airport tug, and we'd tow it back to the launch pad, fold up its landing gear, put it on an erector, pull it up with the bridge crane, like Atlas V style, and restack it. And I would have a Kerbal go out and use Kerbal inventory to put another hash mark on the stage. Like, I put decals on the stages with numbers and serial numbers and stuff. I would have a Kerbal change the number. So not only did I have stages that were reusable, I had stages that I marked with how many missions. We had stages that flew 5 or 6 missions easily. Like, full reuse. No engineering mode. You have to do the analysis. You have to do the analysis out yourself. It depending the type of engineering construct you have. You're doing waterfall style testing, you're doing iterative. What are you doing? It really depends. Here's the Kerbal penalty. Penalty amount for a casualty is based off of Kerbal experience. Base penalty amount is 250,000. Additional 100K for a 5-star Kerbal. If you kill a 5-star Kerbal, that's 750 Gs down the tube. Kerbals can be hired for a fixed rate of 100K if needed. It's not cheap to train these guys. You're worried about the technical implementation of Rule 5. Yeah, it's using the cheat menu. We'd use the cheat menu to do it. And I'd make sure to do it on stream so everybody can see that I'm being very deliberate with it. But yeah, dude, that's mission mode. These rules are nuts. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one that sucks. This, dude, I was like particularly thinking about being particularly cruel to myself this time. Look, time warp. Save must be time warp 8 days into the future every time the game is loaded for streaming. 1 KSP day equals 6 hours. 4 KSP days is 24 hours. Yeah. The save was basically persistent real time. As best as you could do with no mods. If a burn is planned on a mission during the time warping phase, the time warping will be stopped until the burn has been done. So, yeah, you don't time warp through a burn and miss a burn or whatever. Check this out. No interplanetary time warp. Time warp is unrestricted inside of a local planet's sphere of influence. So if you send something to Duna, it's going to take time. It's going to take a week to get there in real time. If you're on a 20-day transfer window, right? If you're in a 20-day transfer or even a 100-day transfer, it's going to take weeks to get to Duna. That was on purpose. This mission's hard. It's hard, dude. This is supposed to be tough. A 4-day time warp is required between each test mission. Yeah, you're not going to be able to launch every hour. Yep, it applies to RUDs as well. Stopping between time warps to check for commercial contracts is allowed. Yeah, here's a big one. You go below 1 million, you go 1 million into debt, save's done. Delete the save. You have deadlines. You have deadlines, so you really need to think about what you're making. There's an imposed deadline. You lose rep if you miss the deadline. The deadlines are implemented by a chat vote. So if I go to you and I say I want to make a 2-stage reusable rocket, and I put out a poll, and the chat poll says like, oh, it's going to take you a month to make that, or oh, it's going to take you a week. Whatever wins, wins. If I can't do it in a week, you got a big problem, because deadlines exist. You can't just sit there, unless you're certain launch providers, you can't just sit there and do nothing for 15 years. Not good. You'll lose rep if you do. Every mission gets logged. Every mission has a every mission gets logged. Every mission has a synopsis written for it. Chat was very forgiving. They were very forgiving because these rules are just goddamn cruel. Yeah, launch sites. Other launch sites are enabled, but they are behind a fog of war style game mechanic. You must discover the launch facility to use it. Extra launch sites cost money. $1 million for the island runway. $2 million for the desert. 500 Gs for Woomera. Liquid fuel and oxygen must be generated on site, except for KSC. The idea is that KSC only has the facilities to make fuel. The desert doesn't. It's in the middle of the desert. So if you want to make liquid fuel there for airplanes, good. Set up an ASU, SpaceX style. All nuclear payloads need to be launched from a properly equipped facility, so KSC is the only facility to handle nuclear equipment. We can change the rules. 75% chat vote with streamer approval. So I have to say I want to change this rule and I need 75% of the vote. 11.2, this rule cannot be amended. And you can't change that. Based on these rules, I guess some launch providers would be out of business. Yes. The goal here is to understand scope of project. Something that gets drastically misunderstood by a lot of commercial launch providers and a lot of legacy launch providers as well. I want to add to this rule. Like, as we play throughout the career mode save, we'll figure out a good way to do it. I want to add Kerbal constructs here. So it's not just about buying like Woomera, Desert, and Island. You can make your own space center if you really want to. Like, Kerbal constructs will give us the, we could build out a facility to be able to use nuclear, right? Like at the desert if we really wanted to. Yeah, Sierra Cough. Exactly, dude. That's it. Like, you guys are saying all these companies that haven't done anything for a little while, and what happens? Our perception of them is very negative. So you lose reputation if you don't hit your deadline. This is tough rules, man. They're tough rules. Real tough. I would fail if we try to play that. I'd probably still fail right now. These rules are hard. It's supposed to be difficult. But, after we do this career mode save, I will throw myself into the Crucible again. We'll do it. Now, with all that being said, let me just move Block 2 into the VAB and make sure we're... Not much more I can squeeze out of this. I made the rules, Pigeon. Yeah, I made those rules. We are 2 centimeters too big. The rocket is too tall by that much. Actually, it's more like that much. All right, well. Oh, I see it, Clayton. Thank you. That's really annoying. Get down here. So, we're gonna need money to, to upgrade the VAB. Adjust the nose cone. I really don't like adjusting fairings, guys. This thing is basically... It's designed to move the hopper payloads around. I don't like adjusting fairings, because adjusting fairings means that there's no guarantees that the vehicle will aerodynamically act the same. I'd prefer to shorten the inner stage and stuff, like what I did, but... I can't believe we're like 0.2 too short. I mean... I don't think that's probably not going to make too much of a difference. I just made a very, very small change. That should be okay. The clamps don't matter. It's not the clamps. I checked that yesterday. Nice. There we go. I took those 2 centimeters out of the fairing. All right, I'm not going to launch this right now. What I want to do is build out a target vehicle for it. Good. Could you measure the rocket at nighttime when it's cooler out? Well, wouldn't that be... No, you can't do that. I didn't launch a docking target yesterday. No, the rocket was too big. All right, now I'm going to take the version that's in here. Because we know that this is adequate, right? This is an adequate length. And make sure that the craft file in the SPH is the same thing. Get down here. Hate it when it does that. Cool. All right, so let's work on a target vehicle. I kind of made something stupid right here. I don't want that. With that being said, the capsule, I'm going to still launch the capsule on the Block 1 version of Octo 3 because that's what I have. Well. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea to do that. Yeah, we'll keep flying with the version of the launch vehicle that we know works. Which block variant is cheaper? Here, let me get rid of my crappy target vehicle. We'll make a new one. Well, the crude one is super expensive because it has the capsule on it, but the baseline Block 1 vehicle is 42.4. The Block 2 is 44.8. It's not that much more. The crew vehicle's 64, so that one's pretty expensive. But that's because the capsule is... capsule's 23 Gs. But it is a good capsule. I really like it a lot. I'm pretty dang happy with this thing's design. With that being said, I do need to do some modifications to this thing. Time to ditch the old heavy monopropellant balls. Yeah, you know, that's actually a super good idea. Let's start here with modifying this 17. All right. That's actually a good idea, JSpeed. So how much monoprop do we have on this vehicle currently? We have 80 monopropellant in the service module. Hey, Chief. What's going on, buddy? So, let's just move this back here. So, let's just do some quick maths. 80 divided by 7.5 per small tank. We're going to need 11, 12. Let's just round up to 12. That'll make that easier. Okay, so the vehicle's currently 2473. Guys, I figured out last night that these small monopropellant tanks are actually, they are way less mass and they're super cheap, actually. You have a smaller mass fraction, so they hold more fuel for the size of the tank, and they're $30, which is pretty good. Now, Oh, good, my friend. How about you? I can't complain, man. Everything's A-okay. Now, what we could do is we could put the balls right there. But here's the thing. I mean, the downside is you are increasing part count, right? That's the downside. You are increasing the part count by 12. And the other thing is that disabling these tanks... Well, I suppose, yeah, they don't really... There's no action group for shutting out tanks, and monopropellant will crossfeed no matter what. It doesn't obey crossfeed rules, which I think is still goofy. Yeah, exactly, King. Look, so we had 4 of these tanks totaling 80 monopropellant. So 200, 400, 600, 800, right? 12 of these tanks holds just a little bit more monopropellant. And you save money. A lot of money, actually. The downside is that if I need to disable this, so like say the capsule is still attached to the upper stage, or say it's attached to a much larger vehicle, like a big transfer vehicle or something. If I don't want the capsule's RCS tanks to drain, we have to manually lock out the tanks, which... There's no way to action group that. But I suppose we could turn the tanks on and off on an on-need basis. I don't really have an issue with that. What is RCS? Reaction Control Systems. It's the little maneuvering jets that spacecraft use out in space. Now, the other thing we found from the rescue test flights is that these thrusters are better suited to have 75. 75 makes the vehicle nice and stable. Those were set to 50 on the thrust limiter. No wonder this thing couldn't maneuver. Oh, geez. My translation thrusters were putting out half the thrust. And the other thing is that these guys right here need to be slightly offset to deal with the offset center of mass of the capsule. You could just decrease their priority by a bunch. Do we have monopropellant flow priority? Yes, we do. Yeah, demo, I like that idea. That'll work. That's a good passive way of getting this working. So we'll set them to like minus 30. They do have fuel priority RT. Yeah, Twitch chat was telling me that. We could set these to like minus 40 too to make sure that they never, ever drain. But then again, we only use these tanks for re-entry, so I suppose it really doesn't matter. Because opening up 4 monoprop tanks is not that big of a deal. Alright, cool. The other thing is that these thrusters, they're in 4x symmetry. And yeah, they really shouldn't be. Hey, Ethereal, $5 super chat. Thank you. In regards to mission mode rules, you didn't tag money to them, but could you unlock the smaller sites? Cove, yeah. Cove, Mahi Mahi, Glacier Lake, and Crater. I didn't assign those rules to them because when I made the mission mode rules, those places didn't exist. That's why, Ethereal. But yes, so like that's what I mean. The mission mode rules not only, well, I don't want to play them right now because I'd fail. They need to be updated, but I need to understand what I need to update before we do any of that. And the only way we're going to do that is by playing. But yeah, good call. Mission mode, guys, MM2 is from 2019, 2020. I played it through the pandemic. Actually, no, those sites would have been in the game. Yeah, those sites would have been in game. I guess I just forgot. All right, so I need to move these out of symmetry. And these thrusters need a mirror symmetry node. What were my thruster blocks attached to? I believe they're attached to the rear fairing. Now, the reason why I want to do this, guys, in mirror sim, is because these ones need to be offset in a symmetry that only works with mirror sim. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this back here, and I'm going to look at it comparatively to this here. I'm just going to make a slight movement down like that. That is what is needed. There. This is super cool. Oh, Space Engineer post. What's he up to? Dude, Space Engineer has been hanging out with us during Space News. Yeah, really, really cool dude. I like Space Engineer a lot. That guy's cool. I reconstructed the descent of Starship 38 during Flight 11 to get a glimpse of what future RTLS catches might look like. Full breakdown in 4K in real time on YouTube. Dude, Space Engineer is my dog. Holy crap. Yeah, Demo, I apparently missed that too. Ryan, you seeing that? Dude, Space Engineer's a G, man. This guy's so cool. Yeah, Space Engineer's awesome. We like Space Engineer here. We are fans. Now, I'm not going to show you the whole thing, guys. I want you to go peep Space Engineer's stuff. I'll link this up in chat if you guys want to see it. I just want to see a quick glimpse. Because I want to make sure this dude gets paid for his work. Holy balls, man. Oh. You're my dog too, Long Balls? Oh my word. I have to see this, dude. I gotta see this. We gotta see this in real life, guys. Check this out. Let me link it up. They have to, Ryan. That's the way. They have to. It's the only way you're gonna catch it, unless they want to try to catch the ship with the tiles facing out. But then again, you can't reintegrate it. You can't reintegrate if you do that. It has to be caught this way. I mean, like I said, I suppose you could flip the catch pins. I mean, there's really nothing saying you couldn't do that. You know, you could have it be 180 degrees. I don't think that's an issue, but if you're gonna like attach the ship quick disconnect to safe out the stage, it's got to be this way. So what I assume they're gonna do with the ship catch, right? Catch the ship, right? And then they're gonna move the chopsticks down, move the ship quick disconnect into position, attach the SQD as quickly as they possibly can, purge out the vehicle, right? Evac all the propellants, passivate the tanks, right? Detach the SQD and then put it on a transport stool or put it on another stack. Like if you're going to put it on another stack, right? You could just, but you got to think like, why launch another starship? The only time you're going to land one and put it immediately back on the stack is like a refueling vehicle, which this architecture allows for, right? But I don't think they would do that initially. So using the ship quick disconnect arm to attach and purge out the propellants quickly to passivate the stage is part of your turnaround time. So they got to catch it this way. They got to catch it with the steel facing the tower. It has to be done that way. There's really no other good way to do this. Dude, space engineers, gee, this guy's awesome. Love this dude. Last, what's up, Tessa? That really shows the starship maneuverability and cross range. Space engineers, yeah, like I said, TSE's been hanging out with us during Space Newses. He's, yeah, he estimated with that trajectory about 40 kilometers of cross range, and you know, based off of what he was telling me there, I'll bet you Starship could do more. That's just in the low supersonic, subsonic regime. If you did this all the way through re-entry, I don't think Starship would have as much cross range as the space shuttle, but it almost has as much cross range as the space shuttle, which is just. My question is, how are they going to load and unload people? I don't think Starship is going to have a crew access arm, Geek. I think that's actually kind of. That doesn't really make sense. How I like to think about it in my mind. Okay, so picture airline-like operations, right? What do you do when you get on an airplane? You're on a jetway, and then jetway is your crew access arm. And then you taxi to the runway, and then you take off. There's no jetway on the damn runway, right? Right? So how I'm thinking about this in my mind, the transport stools that Starship moves on with the SPMTs. The SPMTs are your tug. That's your airplane tug, right? The transport stool is your tow bar in this analogy. So in the future, the stage 0 and super heavy is your runway, so to speak. So you're going to load people on this thing. They're going to do load and go, right? They're going to do load and go just like what they do with Dragon and Falcon. You get in the vehicle. The vehicle taxis to the launch site. You get on it like on a jetway or in a payload changeout thing, right? Starship taxis to the runway. Catch arms pick the thing up, put it down on the stage, right? And then you load and go. That's my theory. Airline-like operations, dude. You don't load people on the runway with an airplane, right? So Starship will have taxiways in the future. So load at a terminal, bingo, yeah, and then you could have a passenger terminal and a cargo terminal, just like a real airplane. That's my idea. I don't know if SpaceX is going to do that, but that's my idea. We need him on the trench. Oh, I'll ask. Oh, Demo, what were you up to? Beautiful. Ah, I like it, Demo. I like it. I see what you did there. I like that. I like the window. Very cool. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of just landing it and refueling it? Terminal doesn't have to be far away, Mason. Right? Like, does it have to be far away? The arm can be controlled almost entirely with RCS translation. Nice, dude. Nice. What about something like passenger cassettes that get slotted in? Maybe if you wanted to, if they wanted to opt for that type of architecture, sure. Demo, what'd you make your ohms pods out of? Are those flags? Because they look really good, man. Nice ohms pod. And you have your stingers and RCS configuration is all in the correct spots, dude. Looks great. Yeah, flags. Good call. The front of the orbiter, too, looks fantastic. It's all flags. How does that handle heating? It's all flags. Always has been. Thank goodness Twitch chat read our mind. Because EJ sure didn't read our chats. Dude, don't do me like that. Come on. Why you gotta be that way? Why you gotta be like that, man? You think they'll shut down parts of SPI for the first ship catch? Maybe the bridge. I would shut the bridge off. I would roadblock the. Well, you really can't do that, can you? I don't know, man. That's a good question. What would happen in a scrub if you did your idea? Destack the vehicle and taxi back, just like an airplane. The only part mod here is modular launch pads. Looks great, man. Anyway, all right. We've made our RCS changes to the capsule. Unlike Space Shuttle, Starship has the ability to relight its engines. I bet on it having more cross range than the shuttle if there's enough in the tanks. Thoughts? Now, Tessa, you really only have... I don't think so. You only have the header tanks. That's it. You only have the header tanks for landing. That's you don't. You'd have to use header tank fuel if you wanted to cross more cross range. I don't think they would do that. The header tanks are enough to basically land, and that's about it. And maybe probably a smidge over a margin. The main tanks aren't doing anything during landing. They're just dead weight or dead mass. Something that I was very recently reminded of is that the Raptor 3s, the center Raptors on a starship basically are connected to two different fuel tanks. Like the system, the header tanks, plumbing wise, they're not connected to the main tanks. There are the lines, the two lines that go from the header tanks, the methane and oxygen line that go from the header tanks. They go down, and the autogenous pressurization lines go up to the headers, right from the center 3 Raptors. But dude, the only time those things really meet is right at the impeller inlets for the Raptor 3. So like, you might as well consider the header tanks like its own separate system. Have you ever seen a space glider? A space shuttle? Yeah. Something else I was doing with the shuttle. Oh. Oh, demo, you're doing... Dude, shuttle reuse is the one thing that got away from me, dude. I want it. I want it bad. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it. Yeah, your hoist points are even right. Your front hoist point is a little too high, by the way. That's why your orbiter's tilting up. The front hoist point's down here. But, Yep.
Discovery.
Nice, dude. That's really good. That's impressive. A verticating device. Why make a... So, demo question. Why make your own fixture for it? Why make a separated fixture? Oh, you're not using a mobile launcher. That's right. Your mobile launcher can't move. Just sent the finished bare bones version of your Pad B. It looks good, man. Yeah, you got some ambient occlusion going there. That looks great. Yeah, Chaz, you've been making work. You've been doing a lot of work. I think your the pyramidal structure, I think, is a little too small. I think it needs to be just a little bit bigger. But I don't know. You've been studying it all day. You probably know better than I do. That's great, man. It looks fantastic. And demo, this is great, dude. It looks really good. You did a good job. All right, anyway, back to the capsule. So we made our changes with the thrusters. Was there anything else? Oh, yeah. Capsule, there was capsule maneuverability. So let me think about this for a second. Capsule maneuverability during, after service module separation. We were not able to get the capsule aligned. That was a big one after the first shakedown. So when the capsule is flying here, the center of mass is like over here somewhere. We just need a way to be able to rotate the thing. So when we separate the service module, right? I separate it radially. So say if we're going for re-entry, right? And our re-entry trajectory is this way. We'd separate it sideways and then we'd rotate. We need a way to rotate the capsule like this to get into windward. So the heat shield is facing windward velocity. It's crazy how many talented people there are in this community, right? How would we do that? Actually, I said I would look to Starliner. Starliner has a way of doing this, and I'll bet you Orion does too. Dragon, you don't need to worry about doing this because... Well, actually, yeah, well, because Dragon's service module is integrated into the capsule. The trunk is just basically a payload adapter. Yeah, I see it. These thrusters here, those guys, that cluster is how you do it. I will say, Doghouse notwithstanding, Starliner's thruster configuration is pretty good.
Discovery, go at throttle
You
up.
see Orion rolled to the VAB last night? Yes, I did. Have we got a date for the next Starliner? Nope. Hey, Bob. 24-month resub. Alright, subiversary. Been really enjoying playing through the playthrough of only Kerbal that's been... The only playthrough of Kerbal that's been released ever! Thank you for all the streams, laughing, Lamborghini knowledge. Lamborghini knowledge? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. I got you. I don't think that's going to do what I want. So I just got to get the capsule. I got to get... When the capsule's separated, we have our roll RCS here for cross-range capability, which we validated. It does work. I just need to basically have the capsule be able to turn this way, and that's about it. I think that'll do it. Yeah, the Elgato card, that pass-through thing. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but that's the only way to get this setup to really work the way I want it to. I.e. capture in 4K. Alright, that'll work. Those thrusters I want for yaw control, and that's it. And I only need yaw control from them post service module separation. Between roll and yaw, we should be able to, we could roll the capsule 90 degrees and use those for pitch. If we needed to, but we don't need to. Pitch is controlled by the center of mass of the capsule and the heat shield angle of attack modulation via roll, so that's fine. I don't like that those are like that. I want them like this. Good. 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 It's like it was made for it. While we're here, did you want to add a third chute? It's fine the way it is, Muffin. Yeah. It comes down at 8 meters a second. It's fine. I'm good. I'm good with it the way that it is. Did you use Kerbal Wind Tunnel to set the re-entry angle of attack? No, I did not. Can you please check last? Starship empty, 85 to 120 metric tons. Starship fueled is 1,300 to 1,600 metric tons. The shuttle orbiter is 78 to 80 metric tons. Shuttle fueled is 99 to 110 metric tons. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, about here in my garage. Just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what? I like more than this new Lamborghini here. You know what I like more than this new Lamborghini here is knowledge. I remember. Yeah. I remember, Bob. Sorry, it took a second. I'm trying to make sure this spacecraft doesn't kill anybody. I take it very seriously. What does it tell us about cross-range capability? Not much, Chief, to be honest with you. I mean, all that tells us this starship is more mass, but it's not necessarily just about more mass. I mean, it's about the surface area exposed to hypersonic laminar flow. Well, actually, just exposed to laminar flow. That's really the what's important here. In order to understand that, we need to figure out what Starship's mass is with the full header tanks. Yeah, they're not using the main fuel tanks for landing. They use the header tanks for doing that. And that's also boil-off mitigation as well. You understand? See, now that I have the 2.5 flags, we can also put the decals on, make this thing look awesome. That's killer. What the heck is VSR3? Does the capsule have a serial number on it? No, but we could serialize it if we wanted to. We could also name it too, but yeah, that's I don't have a name for this capsule yet, dude. No. I didn't want to get too hung up on the name. I just wanted to build it, you know? Enterprises. Capsule. Actually, you know what? I want to... Hold on. That's actually a pretty good infographic. That shows Orion, like I said, Orion's beefy. The big capsule. Comparatively to Apollo. That's freaking sick, though, dude. So, the Orion capsule has a gigantic BSR3 logo on the side. You know, I like that. I like that, that's fine. We'll save the backside of it for the name and whatnot. The Taurus? Absolutely safe capsule. I like Taurus, Panta. I actually like that. Yeah. They should put Mercury and Gemini in for the size. Yeah. Call it Jeff. Yeah. Call it Jeff. I like Taurus. Taurus is a good name. That's pretty cool. Navigation Experimental Reconnaissance Extended United System. Nereus. Have you done a pad about with this? I feel like that LES is a little small. Have you done a pad abort with this? Oh, you're gonna name it after Ford. Oh, no. We've done a pad abort demo. There's 4 launch escape systems in there. They're all clipped into each other. There's 4 of them. And I have RCS for control as well. Yeah, this thing scoots. Yeah, I have 4 of these with 26% thrust. These separatrons right here are for module separation. Oh, that reminds me. We need to put the entire launch escape system into the group there, because last time we went to launch this thing, the 2 separatrons were not enough TWR for it to get away. So we're going to fire the entire system for separation. So yeah, we never have to worry about that. Yeah, demo. There's 4 of them in there at 25% thrust. That gives us about a 9-to-1 TWR and puts the thing about 1,500 meters up in the air. It is, because there's 4 of them clipped inside of each other, that makes it like one of the gnarliest launch escape systems I've ever made. It's between 8 and 9, Shy. I don't remember. All I know is that it works. It works pretty well. And then just what this thing does is it uses the RCS to flip. I have thrusters up here and an RCS tank, and it uses the thrusters up top to flip it over and eject the capsule out. It works similar to Orion's. My launch abort system is very similar to Orion. Guys, like, this isn't Orion. It's based, but it's kind of Orion. It's like it's Orion with a way better service module. I've been trying, what I thought would be a good idea is to practice what I preach. Orion needs a better service module, and I'm going to show you why it needs a better service module. That was my whole idea. That was my entire stakeholder expectation behind the Delta V for this thing. Also, from testing, I didn't have my tanks filled up. It's more crew exploration vehicle than the multi-purpose crew vehicle. Yeah. And once I give it the once we give it the circular panels, then there will be no stopping us. It's a good little system. Absolutely Safe Capsule is a Mother 3 reference, by the way. Nice. Can Falcon Heavy send Orion to free return test with the European service module? I would be worried about mass with Falcon Heavy. Not mass like Falcon Heavy wouldn't be able to put the payload into space. I'd be worried structurally about that second stage. Having 3 Falcon 9 boosters behind you and a 26-ton capsule, probably 30 tons with the abort system, and I'd say probably maybe even 40 with the service adapter and the fairing and everything that you need. I'd be worried that would put a little bit of a strain on Falcon Heavy's second stage. However, with that being said, if it could do that, yeah, Falcon Heavy would be excellent for lunar architecture. Yeah. When your abort system aborts to orbit from the pad. Yeah. What is a rocket but a gigantic, an abort system for the whole thing? So what Jim looked into is putting the Orion with a Delta IV ICPS on top of it, on top of a Falcon Heavy. So it would have been Orion, Delta IV ICPS, Falcon 9 second stage, and then Falcon Heavy behind it. That would have been something. I definitely know that Falcon second stage can't hold that. Huh? Bob!
How do you organize a space party? You planet EJ, you planet.
Mate. All right. Okay. All right. I'm naming the capsule Taurus. I like that idea, Panta. I won't make a Taurus craft file for it, though. Not yet, at least. Yeah, not yet, at least. Because I still want to do the probe and docking thing. Taurus SHO. The 1995 Ford Taurus is going to space. Taurus is a good name. The Raging Bull, man. I like it. That's a good name. You know what? I changed my mind. Let's put the decals on. Screw it. P-A-U-R-U-S. Yes, I had to look it up. Sorry. The name's going to be off-centered. It's going to be off-centered. So T-A-U-R-U-S. No. Let's move it down. D-A-U-R-U-S. And then we can put the serial number over here. Ed. So now this will get my spacing correct. Just got to rotate it. Why is that one so different? Yeah, I suppose that doesn't really matter. Edge, 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 edge. Why did this one come in like that? That's really weird. That doesn't matter as long as it's spaced left to right correctly. I don't really care. All right, so set to transparent, set flag, T. Oh, T is going to be over the black line. Yeah, Panta, it's very rare that kind of one goes off, you know, a name like somebody, I was like, I go, okay, what do we want? What do we want to name this? And like, we get one right off the bat that we usually sit here for a second and figure it out. Poor ass. There's a U there, moron. You know what? Something is funky with these decals. I don't like them. Hang on one second, guys. We'll, I'll do this after we kind of commission this thing, okay? We don't have a perfect 2.5 diameter, but we do. This is a perfect 2.5 diameter. Look at it relative to the plate. See? Yeah. So have you driven a Ford lately? Yeah, it's this ring diameter around the heat shield that's the weird one, J-Speed. That's like, I think that's 2.7. Well, it's saying 3.2. Interesting. Would you install the conformal decals? Less annoying to fiddle with the flags. Nah, I'm good the way it is, dude. Oh, the black stripe isn't lined up. That's what it is. Look. Same exact fairing texture, same exact amount of sides. Look, see, it's shifted to the left on this fairing, which is backwards, and shifted to the right on this fairing, which is forwards. That's the problem. Whatever. It's fine. We fly this way. So, capsule is looking good. What time is it? It's 10 till 2. Okay. I'm happy with this here. I do probably want to make a payload attachment fitting for this thing. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to redesign the second stage a little bit on the vehicle. So what I'm thinking about, guys, is that I wanted to redesign Octo a little bit for the Taurus capsule. I like that. It sounds good. I wanted to redesign it a little bit, but the thing is this. I was just thinking this is taller than the payload fairing that's on the vehicle, so it's going to be too tall for the VAB anyway. So we got to keep flying this capsule with the block. We got to keep flying this capsule with the block 1 Octo vehicle, not the block 2. We'll save the block 2 for the target vehicle and use it to test uncrewed first. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm good with that. Cool. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Which means I need to come up with a new... The crewed vehicle here. Crewed LV, the one with the weird bent fairing. I hate. We need to update this so it... so we have the updated crew capsule staging, etc., etc., with the thruster configurations, redesigned tanks. How much money are you wanting to make to you feel safe upgrading? Double what it costs to upgrade it. Double what it costs to upgrade should be good enough. Get that damn magnetometer off of there. It shouldn't be there. I want to come up with a better payload adapter. What's the part count at? 234. The capsule is about 100 parts with the service module. But once again, Raiden, if it was my other computer, I would. If it was rusty, I'd be worried about this. But it's not. It's Canard. I'm not too worried about that. I prefer the capsule to be high fidelity for Kerbal safety, you know? Yeah. Okay. So now we got to make the target vehicle, dudes. We'll make the Taurus target vehicle. Hang on. Actually, I don't want to call it the Taurus target vehicle. I was thinking an Agena target vehicle. Something like the Agena target vehicle would be good. Basically, figuring out the docking port system for this. The Agena target vehicle is it's a upper stage hypergolic vehicle for Atlas. And, well, actually, they put it on a bunch of different things. It's got the docking port for a Gemini capsule here. They use the Agena target vehicles to understand rendezvous and docking. It would be cool to make a target vehicle. Sometimes the fairings didn't open. Yeah, sometimes the fairings didn't open, by the way. Can you imagine getting up to your, you know, you launch this thing, get up there in your Gemini capsule, fairing isn't open? That would suck. Yeah, those are the later target vehicles. So, what the Gemini program did with the Agena target vehicles is they rendezvoused with these in low Earth orbit, and then they controlled the target vehicle remotely from the capsule and fired it to boost into a higher orbit. Pretty cool. Yeah, that was one of the later Gemini missions. These missions are absolutely cool. They're absolutely nuts. Yeah, see, Gemini 10 boosted to 763 kilometer. Gemini 11 boosted to 1369. And then Gemini 12 did the tether experiment. The tether experiment. So the tether experiment, they docked the Gemini to it and then attached a tether to the Agena target vehicle and the capsule, undocked, pulled the tether tight, and then started flipping it end over end just to see what would happen. It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty freaking cool mission. But I want something like the Agena target vehicle. But What's the etymology behind Aegina? No. Because they didn't have spy satellites working yet, and they thought we might need a spy satellite station on orbit. That's right, Radium. Yeah, Gemini and the Aegina eventually would evolve into the Gemini MOL project, the Manned Orbiting Laboratory, which is just a space station spy satellite. They didn't have a way to get the film back down, so they said, "Oh, have guys up there, actually like just taking pictures, right? And then they collect the film, and then they go, they come back down, and then the satellite deorbits." The Soviets also did something very similar with the Salyut program and the Almaz space station. I don't think Aegina is supposed to be named after anything. It's just a funny name. It is named after a star. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, it's named after a constellation. I'm stupid. I should have known that. Doggo. Star and Beta Centaurus. Yep. Ah, crooks. Nice. We should call the target vehicle Canis Major. We should call the target vehicle Canis Major target vehicle. Because it's our best friend. Obviously. They're best friend. They're gonna hug. Or kiss. Maybe we shouldn't call it that. Speaking of Canis Major, how's Titan? Titan's fine. I woke up with him sleeping on me today, again. He puts his head right here. Or puts his head right here. And he sleeps next to me. I woke up and he's there. He's like, hey, you got any games on your phone? I'm like, hi, good morning. CMTV. I like that. That's good. There's so many cool names out there. Yeah, Canis Major. I'm fine with that. That's fine. All right. So, let's design the target vehicle. Let's go back up to our capsule prototype. All right. So how do we want the target vehicle to go? So what are our expectations for this? Well, fellas, here's what I'm thinking. And once again, this is systems engineering talking here. We gotta think about this. Do I just want to put something with a docking port on it? I mean, we could do that. But what I would rather do is have this test out a much bigger architecture. Now, what does that mean? What do you mean a bigger architecture? Well, okay. I designed that capsule. We designed Taurus to be able to loiter for long duration missions, meaning it should be able to stay up in space for a pretty long time. I mean, it's Kerbal. It can stay up indefinitely. It doesn't really matter. Like, it has solar panels and it can stay up there for long periods of time. The capsule has a 1,500 meters a second delta V for lunar and min-miss operations, but we can use that capsule down the road to do other things. One of those things I wanted to do is to be able to dock, well, obviously dock to a bigger vehicle and have those vehicles, the bigger vehicles, roll out somewhere, Mars, wherever. You know, Duna, we could do an Eve flyby or whatever. So, okay, what we are going to need is not just, you know, not just another docking port right here. The reason why is because if we're connected only via this little tiny little baby docking port right here, no, it's too small. It's not going to work. No, say we have this vehicle docked to a much bigger upper stage, and it's going to push it, kind of like the Gemini missions, right? We're going to need a docking port that doesn't bend. And obviously we could use auto strut to get it to go together, but you could use auto strut if you really wanted to. But I would like to develop some type of docking port here that's designed to make it so, like, if we have a big stage behind this thing and we're pushing it, that this docking port doesn't bend and flex. I don't want it to do this. I don't want it to bend, and the small docking ports will make it do that. It will bend. Can this get to Duna from Kerbin? Yeah, you could get a Duna transfer with just the capsule. I really designed it to, by itself, not really go too much further than here. But yeah, it could, if you really wanted it to. In an oh crap, so demo, it's more in an oh crap scenario, like if for whatever reason in the future we're build out a transfer vehicle and the transfer vehicle doesn't work, or if something goes wrong, the capsule should be able to get home from here. You should be able to get a transfer with a full tank. Yeah, that would be pushing it. It would be pushing it. We'd have to use the RCS to finish it up to get an intercept, but you absolutely could. Yeah. You missed the joke. You said it could get to Mars. And then I corrected myself. Sabres fans, am I right? Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Hey, Bauer, what's going on, man? So, I don't want to get rid of my launch escape system here. I don't want to detach it, so... what I'll do is just put this here and... now is not a good time to talk about New England and Buffalo sports. I didn't. Chat did. Just saying. Okay. So... how are we going to design a better docking port? I'm trying to look and see what the colliders are for the capsule. The rim of the capsule, so the collider is not relative to the model. The collider starts out in front of it. Okay, we can use that to our advantage here. How are we going to do this? Might have to move the drogue chutes in just a little bit. That's not going to change much. And now my RCS ports that I just placed there, we might have to change. I don't use the shroud. No, Hillness. No. I don't. I mean, we could. But I think it looks goofy with the shroud on, to be honest with you. It looks weird. I mean, I don't need the shroud. We're already inside the fairing. There's no need for it. So, guys, interesting thing here. The shroud, because I clipped it, right? See how it, right there, I can select the shroud individually? If we had a cup fairing, right? We had a fairing, then we cupped the fairing design, right? And, you know, put an engine plate, made it hollow, and put the docking port inside of it. This thing could dock to a port where the fairing structurally or mechanically picks up on the shroud collider, and that'll actually center the port. It'll center it. Basically like a probe and drogue. The Gemini capsule that we were talking about, like, so the Agena target vehicle, that's basically what it is. It's just a cup. I mean, that's not probe and drogue. That led to the Apollo docking system, though. It's basically just a funnel, right? And the capsule gets near it, and the Gemini capsule is funnel shaped. That thing is also funnel shaped, and boom, there you go. Not rocket science. Like, see, this part of the Gemini capsule, the front of it goes in there. Now, that's not the Apollo probe and drogue. The CSM does something like that, but they came up with the idea during the Apollo program of having your docking port also be your hatch. They all kind of go together. Yeah, Ponzister, yeah. The Gemini program was ballsy, dude. Ballsy. Man, look at that damn thing. I can't believe that. I can't believe we did that. So crazy. Anyway, I thought it all went into square hole. That's right, it goes into square hole. So if you look, the drogue, the probe and drogue, this thing that comes out of here, right, is kind of cone shaped, right? And then the port, like on the top of the LEM, right, if we can find a good picture of it. That doesn't have the... We're looking at the front of the LEM with the hatch and everything. The docking port's actually up there. There we go. That's good enough. That's the one at the Smithsonian. See that? That's funnel shaped. Yeah, and so the Apollo has that piece, that funnel shape that it basically finds that port, and there you go. This is not an androgynous port system. This you can't dock a LEM to a LEM. The CSM has to be docked to the LEM. That's what makes the NDS, the NASA docking system, which is based on the International Docking System Standards. They're androgynous ports. You could dock whatever to whatever. But in this particular design, it's probe and drogue, which means you have a primary and, secondary port. You have a parent and child. One can only dock to another. You can't have child, or parent, parent. That doesn't work that way with this design. I don't know. Let's think about this. Does that make sense for us? Is there ever going to be a scenario where we need to dock this to another capsule? Probably not. I don't think so. I think a probe and drogue style is fine. I think that'll work for what we're trying to do here. Male and female. There you go, Mikey. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. APAS is an androgynous system as well, Yogven. That's right. So the Russian APAS system. Knowing you, yes, you'll need it. So docking a capsule to another capsule doesn't make any sense. If I need one capsule to rescue another capsule, we could just EVA the Kerbals out the hatch. That's no problem. This capsule has fine enough control that I could get it close. The thing is, guys, making an androgynous system is going to be a little bit... It's going to be a little bit more involved. What about tourist Kerbals? They can't EVA. Why would we be EVAing a tourist Kerbal? Gemini had one big problem: ejector seats for the launch escape system in a pure oxygen environment. Yeah, that's not the smartest thing to do. Did you see the LOX BQD retraction test posted in X by NSF? I haven't seen that, Aitor, no. I thought you said tourist Kerbal. No, tourist. Don't do that to me, Gibber. Don't do that to me. Why would you do that? Okay. Don't do that. So, alright, if we're going for an androgynous attachment system, so i.e. you can dock whatever to whatever, that probe and drogue idea that I had is not really going to work. Do you ever have a mission where you have to rescue tourists? I don't think so. Random question, but why did Vast buy Launcher? It didn't so much buy Launcher, no good, but that's a reorganization of the people of the major stakeholders of Vast. Launcher was the company that a lot of people from Vast were part of Launcher, and then Launcher had some financial troubles, so they pivoted. They pivoted to and made Vast to make space station modules, and then acquired Launcher later. It's kind of all the same company, if you really want to know. It's all Max Hout. Now, keep in mind, guys, just because we do a probe and drogue for certain space station modules doesn't mean that the docking port mechanism won't work. All docking ports in Kerbal are inherently androgynous, but yeah, cheeseburger. I think in low thrust applications for like rescuing, when we just need to get something to dock together, this should be fine. And then I'll make a specialized version of this with the probe and drogue, and we'll test that on the target vehicle. Yeah. Why limit capability and increase complexity? Well, Muffin, what I'm thinking is in high thrust applications, I don't like if we're going if we dock this to a transfer stage and it's pushing us out to the moon, right? So like say we have a tug, right? And the tug has like a cargo bay, and the cargo bay has a lander inside of it. And then, you know, at the front you have a docking port, right? And then I have the stage all the way back here. And we're pushing the capsule backwards. I don't want this port to bend. So like we could have a port that's designed for high thrust applications, right? And we could just, but the regular docking port will still work. The high thrust applications would mostly be the thing that we are docking to and not necessarily the port itself. So that means this port will still be able to, you could still dock to things, but the high thrust application port would be a built up version of it. I'll show you what I'm thinking, Muffin. Here, look. Got to make it look like it's got a hatch. That looks cool. Right? And this can go wherever. Now, what we can do is go here like this. Give me, let's find a 12 engine. Let me find a 12 engine plate, singular. Right? We attach it here to the back of this thing, and then give me a nose cone on its decoupler. Take away the shroud, disable staging, just put that there for a moment. Now, go here, interstage nodes, truss section off, attach it to the first node on the fairing, interstage off. Now, hatch doesn't need to be made out of big flags. All right. Now, the shroud can have same vehicle interaction on it. I don't think that's going to conflict with anything else. So the shroud has SVI on it, but look. So, I need my rulers again. I need my rulers to make a mark. We're gonna mark where the capsule collider starts. So let's look here. Make sure we're almost isometric to the capsule. Not too much. Just gonna move this back a little bit. Move it back a little bit more. Make sure it has a little bit of play. There we go. All right, cool. That's where I want this. So now I'm going to take the engine plate, and we're going to make another hollow fairing, okay? And I want the plate to go right there. Now, we take this whole mechanism, and we move it away, right? And we build out a fairing. Then we close the fairing like that. Hey, Jackal. Right, now, you guys know the drill. You take this, put the plate behind it, or put it, yeah, behind it is fine. We can even rotate it around like this and just, yeah, that's fine. Just leave it there. The nose cone doesn't necessarily need to be there, but I do that so I don't accidentally attach something to the engine plate. I hate engine plates. I don't like having them in my designs too much, but that's really the only good way to do this. So now what we do is we move this sucker forward. We can get rid of the ruler. We don't need that. That was just to mark it. You know, and if we're going to dock, we need to make sure that this has the clearance. Have these two docking ports kiss. Now, oh yeah, that's actually quite good. Excellent. I think that'll work. And see, if you look, the shroud is acting like my funnel. See that shroud piece right here? See how I can select it individually of the capsule? That's gonna act like our probe and drogue, and that should get this thing to dock. Hey, King Kitten. So if we have same vessel collision on this, and same vessel collision on the shroud, the cup of the fairing will basically pilot this thing, and it will, yeah, we can get perfect alignment. That's if you're docking perpendicular. That's for if you're docking perpendicular. Can you dock two docking ports at once? For that case of a powerful upper stage, you could have one port to hold it against the direction of thrust. That's if you're docking perpendicular to the thrust axis. Well, theoretically, this should also be able to handle that. It should be able to handle the lateral force too, Cheese. But, yeah, we don't know for sure. But theoretically, it should. It's docked basically right to the front of the capsule there. I left a little bit of space on purpose. But that should do it. We got an answer from the teachers about that thing. Cool. That's good. Can we... It's orange. I like that. EJ, did you see last? Where do you find the fun in KSP? I find that I have a 2-week Minecraft phase, but with KSP, I'm not sure if it has anything to do with me being impatient to complete long-running rendezvous missions, or maybe because making a Duna space station takes too long, or an Eve station, or if doing the same style missions is getting too old. I don't know. I don't know, man. Space is just something I do. Like, I wish I was a bird. Guys, okay. This is sometimes to the detriment of streaming content. In this regard, I'm not the best streamer, to be honest with you. I play the long game, Jackal. I'm patient. I'm ultra patient. I'll sit here and take as long as I need to, as long as it takes to get something to work. It's very rare that I give up. I don't. I'm patient. I know that Spaceflight is about playing the long game, because it is. It's also your job. Well, I mean, I'd be doing this either way. I don't really change the way I play KSP just because people are watching. And once again, that is to the detriment. That's why we went on a 6-month, in 2018, we went on a 6-month kind of deep dive into building helicopters in KSP and turbine technology. I did nothing but fly helicopters for like 6 months straight. If people like the content, they like it. If people don't, they don't. You know, it is what it is. We did a deep dive with cranes, launch pads. I did that not necessarily because I knew it was the best content around at the time. I did that because I know it would make me a better STEM educator. It would make me better at explaining stuff to you guys. It would make me better at teaching and understanding systems engineering. It would make me a better science communicator. That's why I do it. That's why I did it. But I would be doing that anyway because I love this stuff, man. I don't know what it is. Like, Jackal, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is my... Space isn't even like something that I like. It's just something I do. It's like, it is elevated past like a hobby, a passion. It is just part of me. Like, space is a part of me as much as my freaking right hand. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, I don't know why. I don't even know really why I like. I mean, I kind of told you guys a little bit about what makes why I like it so much, but it's yeah, space is just something that I do. I don't even think about it. I'll sit here. It's not even a thing. Like, you know, I know I get the sentiment with like other projects, like with other things. Like, you're like, oh, this is gonna take so long. I don't feel like doing it. I want to do it, but the reward for doing it's gonna be a big pain in the butt. Like, I get it. That happens to me with other things. It doesn't happen with space for some reason, and that's something I really don't understand. Why? It just, dude, I'm not like some crazy. Okay, I'm a little crazy, but like, it's not like I can apply this to other things. You know what I mean? I can't. Like, I can't do it with shooting games. Like, with shooting games, if I get shot, I'm like, oh, that's stupid. That's dumb. That guy's an idiot and probably a coward and a weakling. Like, if my rocket blows up, I'm just like, all right, whatever. I'll fix it. We'll build another one. It's no big deal. Like, the mentality is only there with space, and I have no idea why that is that way. I don't understand. Like, it's something I've been trying to rationalize for a really long time. I just like, what I've defaulted to is that I just like space. That's just really it. I love manned space flight. It's like, it's just me. Like, that's you in politics. Oh, dear God, I'm so sad. King, that's... Yeah. Yeah. Make good use of your time, dude. That's the only thing I'm gonna say, man. Make good use of your time. Politicians are not a good use of your time and energy. Honest advice. That doesn't mean you should be politically agnostic. But, dude, go learn to weld or something, man. Like, that is a waste of time and energy. Unless you want to get into political science, like, by all means, dude. I have some viewers that are poli-sci guys, but I don't... Yeah, that's not really... I don't know. What's the most accurate trajectory planning tools online? For what? For KSP? KSP has a mission planner in it. Politics sucks, but it's important. Sure, Demo. The point that I'm trying to get at, dude, is Hold on, let me collect my thoughts, because whenever I speak about this, people get bent out of shape. Look, I love space. Space is what I'm about. That's me. Like, but space is not my personality, dude. It's not. It's not. Even something that I love, something that is as real to me as like my hand, in terms of like being a part of me. I don't let it define me as a person. You know what I mean? That's like saying, oh, I'm right-handed. All righties are the best. Screw lefties. Like, that's like left-handed people, not, you know what I mean? That's weird to me. That doesn't make sense. Dude, if you saw me walking down the street, you wouldn't know I like space. I don't need to go around telling people that. Like, I don't need to go around and argue with people about it all the time. I just like space. Leave me alone. Like, I don't let it define me as a person. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I see people get very wrapped up in politics and they start letting it define them as a person, no matter how you view things. And I don't think that's, I think that's very counterintuitive. And I think it's, to an extent, stealing your soul. I don't like that. I don't like it. It doesn't sit right in my brain. I don't go around preaching the gospel of spaceflight to everybody I know. But I see people do that with politics all the time, which is very interesting. I don't know, it's just human sociological behavior is interesting to me. Man just said, screw lefties. Oh, yep. I'm just the poster child for, you know, right-wing things because, you know, I want NASA, a social program, to have more money. Yep, there you go. There you go. You figured me out. You figured me out, dude. I'm having a hard time building a jet that can do suborbital hops. The balancing of fuels are killing me. Everything you do, I generally learn new improved things. I appreciate you. Thanks, industry. Right on, man. Sorry, no, Earth and Mars. Was thinking of the tweet we saw yesterday. Oh, try NASA Eyes. NASA Eyes is the name of a program. I don't know if you could do mission planning in it, but it is pretty useful. Yeah, there you go, Element. For real. Did I have this conversation with a friend a while back? You could, for the life of him, not understand why I would do what I do. The long hours, being away from home for long periods, sleeping on buses, and the pay is sometimes not the greatest. But it all boils down to this: I can't help it. I have to do it. Yeah, King. Exactly. You just, King. I wouldn't even call it. Nice, God. I wouldn't even call it like my passion anymore. It's just something I do. Like, that's just part of me. I don't know how to say it any better. Like, do you get much into astronomy? No, not really. Yeah. Just do it. He meant left-handed people, not left. Yeah, Ethereal. I know that was it was a joke that I made. Somebody was being coy. Don't worry about it, dude. You'll never hear my political opinions about things, guys. I'll never get to. Only with space. Let me put it that way. Only with space. How I feel about other things is not your problem. And nor should I be sitting here telling you about it. That happens enough on the internet. You're never going to know. I will never say. Ever. Even if it's like a mainstream opinion, I still won't. It's just not what people come here for, and I understand that. And I've been understanding that for a decade and a half. Like, that's been my rule even before all this charged political environment was a thing. That's been my rule since like 2013, 2012. It's been one of my original founding rules, dude. Nobody wants to hear that. Paul, you work in Rule 8, and I appreciate how you don't bring it in. Bro, I'm your entertainment. Let's just sit here, let's engineer some damn good spacecraft, and let's have a good time. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't stop every once in a while to, like, give some advice. If people give me advice about things, you know, I'll help them because, yeah, it's tough to find good advice around nowadays. Like, it's tough to have a good role model. I try to be a good role model for our younger viewers. I'm not the best, but... Clayton, who are you talking to? I don't know. What are you talking about, man? I know you said you're against politics, but pineapples and pizza, what's your opinion? As an American, I don't care. As an American of Italian heritage, that's sacrilege. I would never do it, but I don't judge people that do it either. I just kind of do a very Italian thing where you just kind of go, we'll call it silent judging. Apparently that's a Canadian invention. Yeah, it would be. As a Red Sox fan, what do you think of the Mets? Indifferent. The Mets are a New York team, so but they also hate the Yankees, and I too hate the Yankees. So all right. Kind of pushes in my mind. I'm kind of impressed with the extreme minimalizing of Raptor 3's look. What stopped industry or anybody else from doing that? No need. There's no need. Why even bother? You're launching it once. Just make it easy to put together. We kindly but firmly ask them to leave. That's right, Pasto. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah. Hey, Willian, what's up, man? But yeah, anyway. We'd have to do a test to make sure that this thing can dock and undock. And that might involve just putting the capsule on wheels. Just having it, you know. We'll have to make a new craft file just to test it. But that I'm worried about the inner collider on the fairings. It might be a little bit troublesome, especially with like the chutes. And it's definitely going to be a problem with the RCS. So I think what we'll do is I'll move the chutes forward. Oh, no, not that much. Move the chutes like that, and then I'll take the thruster for pitch control, and we'll put it right there. Put the thruster collider inside of the fairing. That should do it. Once again, we're gonna have to test this heavy-duty docking port for our target vehicle, but it should work. Now, for the rest of the docking vehicle here, that will complete the contract, by the way. It says in or on dock 2 vessels on or around Kerbin. Huh. Okay. That's weird. Could test it in engineering mode. Nah. Nothing should explode, Pigzig, so we should, if we tested it out on the runway, we should be able to get everything back. Nothing should explode. I'll just make a separate craft file without the service module with just the capsule and the docking vehicle. We'll make a separate craft file for the docking vehicle when I finish its design. So what do I want for the rest of the docking vehicle?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. I don't want that. Hey, Taco, 72-month resub. Eat more tacos, nerd. Why? Burritos are better. You know what? Hold on one second. Let me go miscellaneous, Kerbal backup, actual game, kernel space program, saves, mission mode 2, mission mode 3. Mission mode 2 right there. Jet truck, ruler, prototype launch pedal, pathway K200. Route 1 satellite buff, JezNet. Okay, no, it's nothing like that. Hold on a second. Trying to see if we can find my career mode save from 5 years ago. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can find it. I have a space station module that we used on... actually, that would have been on Freedom 7, wouldn't it have? So it should be in that mission mode save. Hang on a moment. Mission mode 2, ships. I'm trying to see if I can get one of my older space station modules here, and we could just use that, because that was a pretty good design. Or at least retrofit it for what we're looking for. Constitution 2 module. Let's copy that. And get a new file explorer. Let's go this PC. Steam apps, common. Purple. Saves. Remote 25, ships, SPH. Paste that in here. Constitution 2. And then we had the Liberty module. There it is. Liberty module. Liberty Space Lab. Yeah, copy those. Put those in here. Save this the way it is. And then let's go in here. Constitution module. Bro, let's go. File Explorer has tabs. Why doesn't everybody use the... Oh, yeah, I guess it does. Updated November 24th, 2021. That was I made this 4 years ago? For real? Holy crap, it's got an ISOU in it. Why? Why would... Cool. What's the Liberty module? Oh, stick. Why is there a seat on this thing? Dude, these modules are pretty damn good. I like them. That's the lab module. I'm probably going to use this, dudes. It's a good design. Now I'm really wondering if that fits in the fairing. Why is there... I still can't figure out why there... Why did I put a seat on this? Okay. Seat external command thing. That's the only thing that I don't have unlocked for this thing. I think it was a mission mode requirement to move modules in space. Yeah. Interesting. Also, these thruster blocks are ridiculously over-engineered. We can tone that down a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Aitor. There we go. Okay, so that one can just load. I like these modules, guys, but they do need some redesign. The RCS blocks are just atrocious. Yeah, Rarest, I do remember that. The DTS is way over-engineered for application here. I put radiators on the station for some reason too, and then we have deployable solars. Huh. Okay. All right, we can work with this. We'll, yeah, I had 6 of them. I had 6 of them? Where did the other 5 go? Doesn't matter. What about the Liberty Space Lab module? That's designed to go in the shuttle payload bay. But I never used the shuttle in mission mode. But it has the robotic arms for it. I don't understand what the Liberty module is. Should be good. 3 KSP2 shuttle missions, but it was in the wrong file for it, man. I had just a straight crew module here. Maybe you copied it over. Yeah. Station prototype. What is this one? There it is. That's what I wanted. Just the crew variant. Excellent. I never really... What did I name this? I must have been a name. There must have been a name. I think you imported the craft file for the SSTO. That makes sense. I could have sworn I named it the Liberty module, but whatever. Let's delete the Liberty lab. We don't need that. Constitution 2. Yeah, it was all designed off the same SAT bus. Or the same adapter. Dude, this is pretty smart, man. This is pretty good. Functional block module for a Liberty style station. And see, I made berthing adapters out of rings so you could dock the modules together. And then I do believe eventually I put an aligner mechanism on this thing. It looks like a mirror component. Yeah. All right, these blocks aren't too bad. I can build better than this. It was a good idea. But yeah, guys, I might bring these from mission mode. They're or at least copy something similar to this. It's not gonna be too bad. Repost. Capricorn Station or Pisces? I might just keep the Liberty name, dude, because it's pretty cool. I know why there's 6 of them. There's 6 of them because they're station contracts that we were doing in mission mode. Yeah, we do this with just some redesigned monoprop. We should be good to go. Enjoying your work. Currently at video part 5 in your play along. Thank you. No problem, Salader. I'm glad you like it. I'm just keeping with the constellation names there. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to redo this just a little bit. I like the idea of the service module, the SM18 service module, like actually doing servicing. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's very good. Probably gonna have to shorten it to fit in Octo's fairing, so. Alright, I like this. Let's, I'm not gonna use the exact craft file, but I do like where it was going. Let's go back to the crew capsule prototype. Right? And we should be able to start messing around with this. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty cool. But maybe not that far forward. Yeah, Ator, this is where a shut all fairing would be very useful. We're able to fix the heat shield issue. What do you mean, Hentai-senpai? The separator? Yeah, that's all done. Yeah, I fixed that. Being able to pluck the service module and separate and have all that work correctly? Yeah, that works fine, dude. So the other thing that I liked from this is that you had a crew tank in there. That's what I did with that design. Greetings from O'Hare. What you got there, Ben? Me? You know what? Dudes, I'm gonna go with the original plan. So I like those modules, and we're probably gonna do those later. For this docking, here's what I want. We'll have the probe, and I mean, that's fine. Here's what I wanted to do. You can just take this thing and just move it over here for a second. I wanted to make... So the Minmus lander, right? The lander that we've been using. I don't know if I ever... I don't think it allowed the sub-assembly to work. Nope. Nope. Alright, so let's do this way. Save and continue, that's fine. Give me... Where is it? There it is. There's the lander. So instead of the decoupler... What's that, Jeff? Jeffrey Lynn, dude, I haven't seen you in forever. What's going on? Unless I'm thinking of another Jeff. Super heavy hot staging and boost backburn. Dude. Dude. The ship. Oh, that's really cool. Man. Wild, dude. You did some research in AI at the University of Tennessee for a few years since I last watched. Now working on your company, going well. Okay, that was you. All right, cool. Dude, I recognize your name. I'm like, wait. You haven't been in here in a long time. I love getting told systems architecture is a worthless thing by a professor. Wait, what, Trey? Systems architecture is a worthless thing by a professor. Then being told that a team going to conferences to present architectures for Lunar and Mars would be a worthless endeavor. Trey, you had a professor tell you that systems architecture is useless? That is that. What was the context of that statement? There had to have been some context. I don't understand what that has to be taken out of, like, I don't understand why someone would say that. We were debating on if we should get a team going to conferences to do that, to expose people to that, since everyone needs them from public to private. We were debating on if we should have a team go to conferences to explain systems architecture, to expose people to that, since everybody needs systems architecture. I'm going to go out on a limb and say your professor probably wasn't arguing that systems architecture was worthless, more that it was worthless to go and tell people about it. Demo, doing an undergrad in systems architecture is kind of useless since so much of it requires some other fundamental understanding of a field first. Systems is stuff you do for a master's after a few years in the field, from what I understand. That makes more sense. Interesting. All right, let's go. Let's keep going. What I meant was a team moving, going and presenting their idea for what should be done in, for example, Mars colonization. Oh. Interesting. Okay, solar panels are near the batteries. I'm going to change this right here. How much propellant do we have? 20? So we have 40. Six of these would be 60. 4 of them would be 30, and we have 40 altogether. All right, hold on. Yeah, I don't mind that. Hey, CosmoQuest, thanks for the raid. More monoprop for less the cost. For not as much cost. That's fine. All right, cool. That's a target vehicle that I think is okay. We have RCS to be able to rotate. This thing is going to be performing the rendezvous proximity operations. And yeah, that should be pretty much what we're looking for. We just got to make sure that our solar panels are not outgassing towards or our thrusters are not outgassing towards the solar panels. I don't think... Oh, yes, they are. Well, actually, where are they? Hold on. Oh, no, that would catch it in real life just a little bit. We could be better if we opted for 4 times solar panel array. This thing doesn't need that many solar panels. 2 times symmetry offset like that should be fine. And what I'll do, because we put the fairing on there, I'm going to take my structural quote-unquote antennas and get rid of them. That's 500K. 2 antennas like that should be... Actually, you know what we can do? Put these in 4 times sim and then rotate. Here, rotate the whole dang thing. Hold on. We'll just put the 4 antennas facing forward like that. I like that. That's cool. Cool. So once again, I took our hopper and we made a target vehicle derived from that. The Octo 2 upper stage is just being used to make everything. Landers, hoppers, target vehicles, whatever. Anyway, Cosmo Quest, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Today I learned chemical composition of atmosphere according to altitude. Skylab core. I like it, Chaz. Interesting. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That's cool, man. I just got to be sure that that thing actually fits inside of the fairing. I'm not sure it does. That should be fine. Save. Nope. So crew capsule target vehicle. Save it as its own craft file. We're going to reroute to the docking port. Make sure we're in our own craft file. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Turn off interstage nodes there. Okay, now it's in its own, it has its own action, or its own craft file. Crew capsule prototype. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of that, and we can take our launch escape system shroud, and we can put it back into position. Save. So another thing I want to do, guys, is just refactor a couple of things. Does KSP 1 still get updates? No. No Kerbal gets any updates, Apollo. Kerbal is abandonware. Except for the modding community. Okay, so the capsule's good to go. Target vehicle, I'm wondering about it being able to fit in the, fairing on the Octo. But the other thing that I really would like is to refactor the attachment mechanism for this so it doesn't suck so hard. We might have to save that for next week. But either way, this is good stuff. I'm really happy with what we have here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down to the Block 2 variant here. And we are going to open up the crew capsule target vehicle, merge it, delete that. I didn't want that. It picked up on a 4x symmetry node. Don't want that. It can break the game doing that. We're going to reroute the vehicle to the tank, and then we're going to see, does she fit? I was afraid of that. Okay, shortening that up made it work. I shortened up the target vehicle a little bit. Its engine. Yeah, I shortened up the engine section just a bit. That's okay. It's fine. Let's just make sure we make those changes to the other vehicles. I moved the engine section forward 2 clicks. But guys, this should give us that should give us a good prototype test for this vehicle. I want to check how much mass is the target vehicle. 6.5 tons. Perfect. That's right in line with what I'm looking for. Let's go back down to the Octo block 2. Bikes! Staging check. Yep. Well, that fairing should not be staged. That one should. That one should not. So, this is all fine and dandy, but we still need to test this. What do you think, dudes? You think it'd be wise to test the docking port down here to make sure it works before we send crew up there, and then they can't dock to the stupid thing? I suppose it's not that big of a deal if the port doesn't work. The reason why it wouldn't be that big of a deal is because you just deploy the fairing, and then the docking port will attach. But you could just make them kiss on land. Okay. We'll make an apparatus for moving this. You don't need to worry about the wheels not being attached. It's fine. Did you get a new accountant yet? That problem has been solved. And we don't need the tank to not have any fuel in it. And then just for this test, I'm going to put a set of solars back here. Okay, now merge the crew capsule prototype here, and we can take that off. And yeah, that should be fine. So save. Let's reroute the crew capsule to the front docking port. Don't need the center of mass here. Glad that worry's off your plate. So, to be absolutely clear with you guys, I'm using the same accounting firm. It's just I'm using a different accountant. I had a long talk with the owner about this. And guys, the owner of the company's fine. He does my taxes just fine. It's the guy that they hired, and that is their screw up, and he admitted that. And I appreciate that he admitted it. But yeah, this accounting firm has been otherwise had a flawless track record, dudes, with me.
Discovery,
and
go at throttle up.
We've had this accounting firm for a very long time. A very long time. So, I'm still using the same firm. And I didn't really pay for any accounting this year. That was the deal. I don't want to talk any further about this, dude. Daganel, 81-month resub. Thank you. I need just some flat ground to test this. The right way to do this is to just drag it off to the side and hit the launch button. It'll just put it next to the pad. You gonna be on Flame Trench tonight? Yep. All that means is that you made a great adaptable expendable system. just for testing purposes, let's just take our fun module, put it over here. Switch back to the capsule. Just drive our capsule over there. Okay, I just adjusted the spring rate so the docking port is basically level. Set as target. Okay, docking test. Here we go. Let me switch to the target vehicle. Control from here. I think we might need to raise it up a little bit. It's not, I don't think it's fitting together because it's too low. Not by much.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not 100% sure where we're getting hung up right now. Here, let's try to... Rocket, Barb! Rocket! Slower, Barb, slower! Honk for Hank! Boop, boop. The other thing is, what the heck is getting hung up here? I think we're just... If I'm looking at it, it looks like it's the chute. Here, let's... No. Yeah, this would have sucked to, wait, what doesn't have electrical charge? The capsule? Well, there you go, that worked. That's what I was afraid we would have to end up doing in space. Yeah, it was definitely the chutes. Look at it from this angle. The fairing is basically right here. Yeah, okay. think it's the chute for sure, alien. Yeah. Well, my little transport rig thing is pretty cool, though, too. Yay! At this rate, EJ, you should make a blueprint for those rings. You probably will, Henta Senpai, but I gotta make sure it works first. Putting it on the target vehicle was my idea of, we'll test it down here and then we'll test it up there, make sure it works up there. And the reason why I didn't want to make this a space station module and why I made it a target vehicle instead is because we can push, like the Gemini missions, we can push this further. And maybe with this architecture, we can do some lunar flybys. Perhaps. Or just get out to the moon. We can do an EOR rendezvous and go from there. The storyline mission did not complete, no. This is one vehicle that I undocked and docked back together. And you could set it up for later when you do landing, so you already got the capsule. Bingo, Hentai Senpai. Won't take much modification to turn that thing into a lander after we make it into a target vehicle, now will it? I think you mean KOR, not EOR. The fact that you know enough to correct me from KOR to EOR knows that you know what I meant, Black Eagle. What is the purpose of being facetious in this context? Huh? Alright, let's, It had to be said. No, it didn't, man! Alright, I just made a small modification to the capsule. Just moving the chutes inward a little bit. Oh crap, there might be Kerbals on board. Ah, whatever. It gives me an excuse to test another thing. Kerbal's using 10 gigs. In another news, the computer doesn't care. Alright, one thing I wanted to test is whether they can EVA. They can. Alright, excellent. Okay. Ugh. You okay, Bob? He's fine. All right. It's the shroud. So pin the shroud right here and watch the ACD. See if that moves around. Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, the shroud's colliding. That's really strange. What the heck is it colliding with? I mean, it's possible that it's the drogue chute, but yeah, reaching in the Pringles can. The shroud and the drogue chutes are the only things I'm really seeing move around. The interesting thing is that the docking port really isn't moving. It's just, so watch like right here. It looks like the shroud is bumping into something, not the docking port. Huh. Okay, I saw what I wanted to see. Yeah, the drogue chutes are attached to the shroud at the Senpai. My main chutes are not. My main chutes are on an octag strut. Interesting. It's very rare that this doesn't show up on Kaleidoscope. Or with the Collider. That leads me to believe it's not the shroud, it's the fairing. All right, let's go in here. Maybe there's another way. If we can't do the probe and drogue that way, I have another idea. Let's go with a 1.25 flag. And you guys have seen me use these as decals before, right? Like, they work as decals. But what a lot of people don't know is that you can also take the flags, right? And you can make them panels. Set that, and then just set it as a color. You can make them panels. Not a lot of people know this. So, if the fairing isn't going to work, we could use these. So, let's take the flags, right? And we move them like this. But see that, you know, the thing about this is that it's not really going to give me the structure that I want. Well, it's not going to give me the structure of the fairing, but it still will give us some structure because now we, yeah. If you could ask Elon what question, what would it be? Bacon. I don't know. How you doing? Yeah, you doing? I don't know, dude. See, like, if I was gonna ask you on something, dude, it wouldn't be, you know, I'm not gonna ask when hop. You know what I mean?
Go at throttle.
Like, we're not doing that. I'm not asking, excuse me, when hop. I'm not doing that. It would have to be something. It would have to be something useful, you know? I saw it, John. It's pretty good. It's my Panda 76-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to ask a seemingly obvious question because, you know, you're going to shoot your shot, you know. Oh, hang on. Your boy has an idea. So, look. We can still pick up on the shroud, right? If we just take these panels and we move them in enough and we line them up wherever the capsule collider starts. And we can still use the same vessel interaction here from the shroud to hold us in place. Also, the shroud has no auto strut. Same vessel interaction. And that makes it so we can do the struts like for structure, right? Obviously the flags aren't going to be very structural under high thrust, but we could strut them. Like that. Actually, you know what? We'll try it without the struts. Save, flip it. I'm asking what kind of society you would want. You'd ask what kind of society you want on Mars, yeah? I don't know, man. If I'm going to shoot my shot like that, I really want to make sure I'm asking a question that nobody else has asked. But also, you're not going to ask him like, oh, what's the fluid impeller inlet pressure on a Raptor 3? He'd be like, not telling you that. You know? With the preface that he would answer anything technical. Will Starship be used like a space shuttle? Will Starship have... Oops, sorry, my mic moved. Will Starship have shuttle-style payload bay doors? So you could do satellite servicing and stuff with it. Yeah, as suspected. Those are freaking out a little bit. Can't auto strut them either. Dude. Oh, I just had a sick idea. There's no way that's gonna work. It might. So you guys know in the past, if I want docking ports to align, people that are watching the stream want docking ports to align, I usually put like a probe, like a thermometer bearing and like an RCS ball, like a probe and drogue to get it to dock together. Is there anything saying that we couldn't do that with flags? Make an alignment mechanism. 3 flags on one docking port that are solid with struts, 3 flags on the other, right, that are flipped, right? And shh. Nice, Ordon. Look. Take the smallest one. 625 flags, like this. Attach them to the docking port. We need it in 3x symmetry. We need a bigger flag, and we need it in landscape. Like that. And 3 times sim, right? So take this, right? We set it to, not transparent, we set it to a panel, and set it to a dark panel, it doesn't matter. And then just put the right color swatch on it so it looks right. There we go. And then on the other docking port, we do the same. The same 3x symmetry. Ah, it doesn't fit. Unless but see, like, this would be great for alignment, dudes, but this is not going to help us structurally. That's kind of the problem here. Will the alignment system get in the way of the launch escape system? No. Not with the way I have this kind of thought up. So that'll help with alignment, but that's not going to help with structure, dudes. That's actually a pretty good idea. I do like it. Dude, we could... You could set it to the truss segment. The truss segment flag texture. We used that to make ISS truss segments a little while back. Does 4X fit it better? Not really. Do these add-ons make docking slightly easier? No, it gets you better alignment, dude. This will not help us too much on the structural side of things. But it is pretty cool. This was kind of a side thought here. No, if we set these to same vessel interaction, you can align better for 6 parts. 6 parts for alignment. The thing that I'm really kind of like about is... you know, we might need to take these pieces and do this. So you can get better convergence. Or we could put them in, rotate them inward. I want to test this just to see how well it works. Let's set that to same vehicle interaction, set that to same vehicle interaction, and then the shroud segment, get rid of it. Or not get rid of it, just, you know what I mean. Turn off SVI. I just want to see how well this thing actually aligns, because these things with same vehicle interaction should help us with positioning. Now, if we take a set of struts like that, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this on the capsule itself, right? But that should help hold this thing in place because they're attached to the flag. And these might be able to move around a little bit, but maybe we want that kind of play here. So let's swap, go over here, switch editors, make sure there's no Kerbals in it. I don't need a Kraken strike and an explosion killing a Kerbal. That would be a really dumb way to do that. Dumb way for that to happen. Move these over here, move them onto the ground, send it. But if you want, you can go into the save file and edit the part module settings and make those docking ports closed. Make the docking ports clocked ports. I don't understand what you mean by clocked ports. Like they only attach in one orientation? You could do a full soft capture mechanism We could. Can you use multiple docking ports? Multiple docking ports kind of work. Guys, I don't hate it. That's actually super cool. That'll help you clock this. Will the white part of the docking target's engine get too hot? That part? No, that's fine. This has been tested before. Now, how would we... So, Shadow Mask, the thing is that the docking ports have magnets, and the magnetization system is essentially your soft capture. Well, this system seems to work. It's definitely letting them do their thing, which is pretty cool. Oh, we can auto-strut them. Can we auto-strut the ones on the capsule? Nice. I mean, how would we do a soft capture mechanism here, though? Like, what happens if it's at an angle? What does it do? Oh, dude, it aligned and snapped it into position. That's super cool. How did I not think of this before? I had, like, complicated, like, alignment pin mechanisms, all this other nonsense. Dude, that's so good. How did I not think of that? Who is this VSR3? I don't know who that is. Like, see, if we come at this thing at an angle, right? The magnetization is our soft capture. And look, it won't allow the two ports to dock until the flags pop into position. I like that. Dude, that mechanism right there, guys, with these grandparents strutted, with SVI plus the docking port, that might be strong enough. That, I mean, from what I'm seeing here, dudes, this looks pretty damn strong. Okay, what time is it? 4:08. Crap, I don't have enough time to freaking test this. I like this. I like this a lot. This is a great capture system. And it's 4 parts, including the docking port. I bet you we don't even need the strut, but the strut would make it a lot stronger. I answered your question in that post with a link. Rotation of piston docking ports are talking like a snap rotation and snap offset. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, because of this stuff, right? Well, just out of curiosity, you can't rotate them. It won't let it. It breaks the thing. You missed the old space lab. It had room in between spacecrafts. Guys, that actually might be strong enough, fellas. That might be good enough for what we're trying to do. Like, this looks good enough, dude. I don't know why I never thought of this. This is an excellent idea. Hey, Logan. Glad I can catch you before Flame Trench. What are you working on? Target vehicle for a crewed mission. So, launch it. We could probably put the target vehicle up there today. Give me one moment. And we could probably... The crewed flight, I'm going to hold off on. Just for a second. I don't know how, Eric, I don't know how I never thought of this, dude. Seriously. I don't know how we didn't get it. Okay. All right, get rid of this. We can get rid of our crawler legs. Save the target vehicle. Now go back to my main crew capsule. All right, let me save this real quick. What happens if we disconnect that? Yeah, it deletes the fairing. Okay, cool. Got to take the flags off momentarily, guys. Edit to fairing. Just place that like that. Go over here like this. Separate this. Now we gotta load. Don't save anything. Load up the target vehicle. And pluck the docking port off the front there. Get rid of it. Add the new one. Access tunnel. I like building these into the design. It looks like a space for the Kerbals to crawl through. Now, you guys see what I did, right? I took the exact docking port from the target vehicle, the exact same one, and I duplicated it. And I put it on here. Should probably test to make sure that this still works. But those should have been pretty much the same. Now we go back here. Reattach this. Take this. Take that. Set this like this. Take this. Edit the fairing. Close it on there. Cool. That's crew capsule closeout right there. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is if... Because the way I made that a second ago was asymmetric. Like I made the target vehicle's port and then I put flags on the capsule's port and then made those. If they were asymmetric, it might not test exactly, it might not work exactly the same way. I'm willing to send it. If it doesn't work, we can just increase docking magnetism and it'll work. But yeah, that should be good. Now go in here like this. Set them to grandparent part. And now because they're set to grandparent part, they're attached to the shroud. Turn off SVI on that. Okay, capsule is good. Now, we go to the Block 2 launch vehicle here. Like this. Get rid of that. We don't need that. We go here like this. Don't save. Merge it with our master target vehicle craft file. Target vehicle. Nope, I don't like it. Sometimes the game glitches when you do stuff like that, if you pick it up on a symmetry node. Okay, reroute to the fuel tank. Fuel tank reroute is good. Good thing is that we got plenty of space in here now. Make sure that's full of fuel. That's kind of important to the mission. Closed out those monopropellant tanks. We can get this in. We can get this thing sent up there. Should be able to get this thing sent up there before this goes any further. Before we have to go for flame trench, excuse me. All right, guys, let's go. Let's fly this Block 2 vehicle for the first time. To try and get our transfer vehicle up. This is kind of a high stakes mission. This is a new rocket with a new transfer vehicle up on the top. Make sure our flight control surfaces are closed out. $38? What? No, this worked a second ago. What the hell? Why is it 38? It's the fairing. It's the fairing. It's the interstage nodes on the fairing and the truss structure. Guys, the game thinks that right there. See this gray piece? It thinks that's part of it. So if I take this and rotate it down, 38.1. If we get rid of it, still says 38.1. The game counts the interstage nodes as the length of the vehicle, which is interesting. Disable the interstage nodes. Doesn't matter. Phaedrus is, I'd have to go check. Maybe like something like reloading the vehicle or something will make it figure it out. No, JDG. It's actually not one, but it's both of the fairings, which is surprising. Flip the payload around? Okay. Hey, dude, sometimes they do that. Seriously, sometimes they launch payloads backwards. Sometimes NASA does stuff like this, dudes. Absolutely a thing. They launched Buran Energia. Actually, not Buran Energia. It was Energia Polius. They launched Polius backwards on the side of an Energia. See right there? Polius is actually backwards. Its propulsion system is inside of that fairing. The engine is right there. Yeah, they launched it backwards. And Energia put the thing into space, and the problem was that the module didn't turn around. So they separated it, and it fired its engine and deorbited. Because the engine was pointed the wrong way, because they launched it backwards. Whoops. Whoops. All right. We got our overclocked engines. Yep. I just need some retro thrusters so we can precisely place this thing into orbit. It just needs to be able to do forward and back, and then yaw, pitch, and roll. Cool. All right. Guys, I'm going to try to boost back this stage. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to try to... Oh, crap. It's 4:30. We got a trench soon. All right. I got 10 more minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna try to boost back this stage and have it soft land basically right there. Right in the water. Okay, we also have our uprated engines down there. Slightly uprated Reliant engines. All right. There's no launch window necessarily for this mission, so T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. We got a liftoff of the Block 2 Octo 3 vehicle. TWR is right in line. Everything's looking good. Vehicles pitching downrange. All systems look good. Vehicles rates look good. Okay, starting to pitch over. Past max Q, vehicle supersonic. Throttling up. Stand by for Miko. Miko confirmed. Stage separation, upper stage ignition. We got good upper stage ignition. Fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. Everything's looking good. Stand by for the boost back burn. Boost back burn is working. Shut down. Reorienting the vehicle. Okay, we got a good interface with the launch, with the landing site. Cool. Switching back to the second stage while that vehicle coasts. Everything's looking good. Block 2 upper stage performing real good. That Poodle engine looks real nice back there. We just got to circularize before that stage starts, before that stage gets below 25 kilometers. If we don't circularize before it goes before 25, the game's going to eat it. It's going to assume it's debris. And it's going to assume it burned up, which means we have to get a circularization here very soon. We only got probably about 2 to 3 minutes. Maybe less than that. Stage is below the Kerman line. Target vehicle working very well. Perigee is minus 200 and climbing. Vehicle's at 57 kilometers. Perigee's positive. Stand by for Seco. 98 by 110. Seco confirmed. Why not circularize after getting the stage back? The stage it'll fall too far. You have to juggle. Surface indicator shows we're coming right down. No, 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 no. No, 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 senor. Coming in hot. Okay, landing. Nope, not enough. Rip. Should have started the landing burn a lot higher. But we got our engines back, which is good. Yeah, we got our engines back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do you have a degree in rocket engineering? You know your stuff. No, I'm self-taught, man. I don't have no degree in that. Well, at least I'll have a degree. And your kids will be serving my kids on a fishing trip. Or skiing trip. No, I've just been doing this for a while, man. That's all. You pick it up over time. I'm going to recover those. We got to get our money back. I could have gotten that right here. I could have steered it right in there, but I decided not to because we would have crashed. Yeah, we would have crashed right into the pad. I'm off to work. Have a good flame trench. We'll watch it tonight when you get home. All right, Mark. Have fun at work. In real life, would those engines even resemble anything close to an engine? If they hit at 250 meters a second into the water, probably not. So what went wrong with that trajectory is I came in too steep. We did a little too much boost back. You need this stage to basically sail through the atmosphere for longer periods of time so you can get it to slow down as much as possible. SpaceX tries to do this with, Super Heavy. They tried to do it with Super Heavy on flight 10, or no, flight No, flight 9, and it exploded. Yeah, it exploded because it came in too far sideways. The more time that booster spends flying around in the atmosphere, the more drag is going to slow it down. You ideally want it to hit terminal velocity. So slow down as much as possible. All right. How did our stage performance do? Oh, wait. World's first milestones. We've broken our record ocean depth of 20 meters. All right. Didn't mean to do that. All right. Let's just enable the tanks. Make sure that's all working correctly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, this thing could shoot the target vehicle to the moon. Just saying. All right. We're going to leave that right there. And we'll get that all figured out. Probably on Monday, we'll get our first crewed flight. Would there be any benefit to adding air brakes to the stage so you could deploy prior to parachutes? Hibbit, yeah, we could get away with that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, these pictures are so cool. Thanks, Notrolox, for linking it. Yeah, I would... Sorry, my brain's shifting into flame trench mode. Hold on. So to answer your question, we could put air brakes on it. I'd prefer to modify the trajectory. If we can get the booster to come in at a little less steep angle of attack, we can use more of the drag. It's more time in the atmosphere, a little shallower boost back next time should help us. I also, that also means that our apogee, highest point for stage was 79. If we keep it lower, it won't come in as fast. Basically, we could add air brakes, but I'd prefer to use trajectory optimization, the old Eric Johnson guidance system, to get it to slow down. I can get one of these to soft splash. Yeah, I just needed to kind of feel it out. I mean, we have plenty of experience with Condor, MLV, and a bunch of other things to get this thing to really work. I'm not too worried about it. Oh, shoot. So, that's going to do it for what part are we up to? 13? Yeah, that's going to do it for part 13. Part 14, we'll see our first crewed launch. Testing end-to-end systems, including docking to the capsule. And if that goes well, I think we will use the target vehicle to shoot us out to the moon. Yeah, with Jeb, Bill, and Bob. I think that's what we're going to do. We'll shoot the moon. I have all my communication systems in place. I'm not too incredibly worried about it. We'll shoot the moon for a free return. Yeah, that should work. You can still hear KSC's birds chirping. How about now? If you guys wanted to see those new pictures that SpaceX posted, I will show you. Here. Oh, baby. Cool. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. My brain shifted gears, so I'm just like... Yeah, that exact noise. So, all right, guys. I'm going to get ready for Flame Trench now. Flame Trench is a weekly informal news show that I host with my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. On the YouTube side of things, guys, go over there. I don't like double broadcasting Flame Trench on YouTube, but on Twitch, just chill here for a second and stay tuned. Flame Trench will start in about 15, well, it's 17 minutes to the top of the hour. It's probably going to be 25 minutes till Flame Trench starts. Let's not kid ourselves here. Their punctuality is worse than mine. No, just kidding. So I will see you guys all in a second for Flame Trench. Still got plenty of stream left. We have racing after. Racing after Flame Trench. Actually, I don't know. We might do something else before that. We'll figure it out. So, yeah, should be good. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. Leak, who's on? It's me, Jack and Sawyer. Before you run, check this. Yeah, we saw that, Geek. That's pretty good. All right. So, stand by for loss of signal on YouTube. On Twitch, there'll be a momentary loss of signal, but we will be back in a second. I'll see you guys in a moment. Thank you very much for watching.